Yeah, testing 1 2. We got it. We got it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Woo! All right. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15.
Welcome into another Big East Fall Sports Update. John Fanta and Megan Caffrey with you here. We are right in the thick of fall sports. Men's soccer's in full swing, volleyball, and women's soccer just hit the halfway point of conference play. However,
everybody, and welcome to Big East Men's Soccer on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi, South Orange, New Jersey, on the campus of Seton Hall University, the site of tonight's classic Big East battle. Hi, everybody. I'm David Goss. I'll be joined in just a moment by Ashley Liotis for a big one. Just 25 miles separates these two campuses as the number 4 team in the nation, the St. John's Red Storm, look to invade newly renovated Owen T. Carroll Field here against Seton Hall, and these two teams know exactly what this game means. With just 3 games left to play in the season, you take a look at the standings for St. John's. They know any results here tonight, and they will clinch a spot in the Big East tournament. For Seton Hall, on the flip side, if they're able to get a win here today, it would catapult them into 4th place and currently in to the Big East tournament standings. And if these two teams are going to get it done, it's going to be their dangerous front runners up top. When you take a look for the Red Storm, their leading scorer, Tani Oluwaseyi, he has finally returned to the starting lineup. He has started the last 2 games, and he will be up top once again. And on the flip side, for the Seton Hall Pirates, it'll be Carlton McKenzie, who has exploded over the last month after returning from injury. He will be the one to look to run the line up top. We'll be back in just a moment with your first half action here.
What can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
St. John's University, our students believe, serve, explore, and achieve. A Catholic, Vincentian, metropolitan, and global university, we're at the heart of where lives are enriched. We provide a transformative education that goes far beyond the classroom. We aspire to do more. And for nearly 150 years, the St. John's story has been the story of New York City. We are New York's team. We are St. John's.
What can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
You have 4 years to help you figure out the meaning of life. Do you realize what a great gift this is?
I think of college as a moment of pilgrimage. You'll go places you never thought you'd go. You'll meet people you never thought you'd meet. And you will experience things that are so rich that you can hold on to them forever.
It's time to fuel your ambitions by taking charge of your student debt. At SoFi, we've helped over 250,000 people refinance their student loans, saving thousands of dollars. Now you can pay off your student loans faster and reach your goals sooner. See how much you can save in just 2 minutes at SoFi.com/save.
The Seton Hall Pirates 5-7-2 on the season, not the strongest year so far. And on the flip side, St. John's 4th in the nation, 12-2 on the year. But it does not matter when these two teams face off. For more on this rivalry, let's go down to Ashley Lyotis.
Thanks, David. Yeah, this is a big crosstown rivalry. We've been talking about this one, how close these two teams are. Now, a win for Seton Hall would be such a statement win for this team. I talked to Coach Lindbergh ahead of tonight's matchup, and he said this is always a special game. You know, he's only been here a few years, but he knows that this is a special game. Now, for St. John's, they're looking to get back on track after that tough loss at home this week. I did talk to Coach Mazur also ahead of today's matchup, and he said his message to the team this week after that loss simply, they need to pick up the energy, just get back on track with that. Now, this series matchup, of course, dates back all the way back to 1979. None of these players were even born yet. No team has ever won 5 games in a row. Tonight, it would be St. John's 5th in a row. We'll see if they are able to get that done tonight. David?
And she's going to be down on the sideline getting all the information for us all night, and it's going to be a good one. The St. John's Red Storm and the red kits with stripes and red shorts going right to left on your monitors. The Seton Hall Pirates, the home side, in all white, going left to right for you as we are ready to kick off here. We take a look at the starting lineup. Andreas Nota started every single game this season for the Pirates. The big change at left back, Ferdinand Solberg entering the starting lineup on that back line alongside Eden O'Leary, Love Fredrickson, and Nathan Tremonti for this Seton Hall team as they're trying to find a way to shore up that back line. They have conceded 2 or more goals in their last 3 games, all losses in Big East play. On the flip side for the St. John's Red Storm, just one change to the starting lineup that went out and lost a 3-0 against Georgetown in the last game. That's Josiah Crawford, who gets the start up top alongside Tani Oluwaseyi. Crawford has been a constant presence over the course of this season, but he has done so off the bench for a large chunk of it. He will get the opportunity to run up top alongside Oluwaseyi and try and create some danger in this one. We expect to see emotions running high, as we always expect to see in these games, some physicality. Some of the best in the Northeast and 2 Big East classic schools. Original founding members who, as Ashley has said, have gone punch for punch over the course of the last 40 years in the college soccer scene. For St. John's, it has been a year of resurgence for them. One of the storied programs in the nation, former national champions under their legendary head coach, Dr. Dave Mazur, who's been there for over 30 years, and this year they are back to where they expect to be. Number 2 right now in the RPI and number 4 in the coaches poll entering this weekend. They've lost 2 games all year, both of them to top 25 programs, Georgetown and Maryland. On the flip side, for Seton Hall, Andreas Lundberg, in his second year as head coach of the Seton Hall Pirates. And he is working to reform this program in his own image. Last year, a heavy contingent of transfers from his LIU post-national championship contending teams, but now he's really started to build some talent. This man, Andreas Nota, has been one of the few constants over the last few years here at Seton Hall. Has played all but 3 minutes of the 2019 season in goal, and has been described to me, not a practice player, but absolutely a gamer, has stood on his head at times for this Seton Hall team over his course of his time coming from Rome, Italy. And he, we expect, will have a decent amount of work to do here today. Simonson down the line, cleared away by Solberg for this St. John's team. They will start in goal with Jan Hofelheller. He has split time over the course of this season. Luca Gavron, who will not start in this one, he will come on at halftime, as he has done every single game. As Hoffenheiner in goal, the Frankfurt, Germany native. But Coach Mazur has felt his team's at their best using the skill sets of both of his goalkeepers. So he has been comfortable splitting time over the course of the season. 45 minutes for each keeper. And Gavron has been the second half keeper, the young Canadian at 6'6". CJ Tiebling breaking into the box. Strong tackle there from Matt Chandler. Tiebling, the star of the 2018 season for Seton Hall, had 6 goals, 2 assists on his way to a second All-Big East team in just his freshman year, but this year hampered by injuries. This is just his second start as Oluwaseyi puts on the pressure and Nota able to get it away. Julo closes that one down up the line for Bustamante and cleared away by Nota. Header one in midfield by Duarte. So Tiebling getting the start up top here. Flanked in this one by Carlton McKenzie and Andreas Borg. Borg, a freshman out of Malta, who has been a bright spot down the wing. Bustamante trying to save that one, could not. What a season it has been for that young man, Rafael Bustamante, New York City native, out of the legendary program at MLK High School. Perennial New York City public school champions year after year. And Bustamante, 0 starts in his first season at St. John's, 9 starts last year. And this year, 14 starts. Has barely come off the field as he has locked down a spot on that back line for St. John's that's only conceded 8 goals all season. 3 of them coming earlier this week against Georgetown. Coach Mazur knows his team are going to have to forget that one and rebound quickly here against Seton Hall, as Big East can be unforgiving very fast, no matter how well you've started the year. For St. John's, I mentioned they could lock down a spot in the Big East tournament, but even more importantly, they could lock down a home game for the semifinals and a bye in the first round. They can pick up 4 points over the course of these last 3 games. Free kick coming here. It's Knapp to serve that one in. Headed away by Tremonti. Clipped up the line. Knocked down by Chandler. Interception from Fredrickson. Borg able to win a throw in for his side. The expectation from both these teams really is that St. John's will control a bulk of the possession in this game. Play a little higher up the field and press a little higher. But for Seton Hall, they feel like when you watch the tape from St. John's team, the one thing they've struggled with is pace in the back. And so with the speed of McKenzie, and Teebling up top, Seton Hall hopes they can hurt this St. John's backline. Tremonti early up the line. That one hit a little bit too far, you see. Dr. Dave Mazer approaching his 30th season, the New Jersey native. That's the easiest game of the year for him to get to. He is a legend in college soccer circles. He's won national championships, more Big East championships than anyone can count. He continues to get it done here in his 29th season. For many years, going head-to-head with Seton Hall legendary coach Manny Schelscheit, and now against Andreas Lundberg. Oluwaseyi is able to try and make that run. Crawford's cross is blocked. The foul will go against McKenzie. It'll be a dangerous free kick, and immediately the big body of Matt Chandler comes up the field. Chandler at 6'6". So free kick coming here. Bustamante will be the one to take it. He'll serve it in with his dangerous left foot. Simonson in the box, an option, along with Chandler and Oluwaseyi. Bustamante clips it to the far post, and that one floats over the head of Duarte. So two set-piece opportunities, really the only chances we've seen so far in the opening 10 minutes as these two teams look to feel each other out. For Seton Hall, they are coming off a heartbreaking 2-1 loss at Xavier in their last game. Their previous game here at O&T Carroll Field, 4-0 loss to the Butler Bulldogs. A red card for the captain, Stephen Elias, early in that game. Seton Hall was not able to close it down at all and lost that one 4-0. So they are looking to rebound here. They are still alive, control their own destiny in the Big East standings, but starting to get down to the final swing of things for Seton Hall. They play one more non-conference game against Army in a couple days, and then they finish the season at Marquette next week. And then they host Villanova on November 6th for their final game of the season, unless they can get a couple points and get themselves into the Big East tournament. Corner kick coming here. For the Pirates to take. It'll be James Boot to take this one. The Bournemouth Academy player out of England. In his freshman year, he's taken over a bulk of the set-piece duties for this Pirates side. Serves it into the far post, knocked away. Good clearance there from the Red Storm. Strong work in the box, and that'll be a throw-in for the Pirates. For St. John's, I mentioned, coming off that 3-0 loss. They had cruised before then. A 2-0 win at Creighton. A 4-0 victory at home over Villanova. A non-conference victory over Temple there, sandwiching another 4-0 win. That one at Marquette. As the Red Storm have cruised through Big East play. Knocked away. That cross that time from Einar Lai. Lai and Simonson, friends from Norway, teaming up here in Big East play to be one of the best central midfields in the conference. Borg under pressure. Fredrickson looks to go safe over the top. Tremonti up the line for Tiebling. Tiebling pulls it back away from Chandler. Hits the early cross, and Duarte controls that one easily. Now Lai looking to counter the other way. Ball clipped over the top. Chance here for Julot to run onto it. Cross played in at the near post. Oluwaseyi! And his shot pulled just a little wide. First real danger of the game. Seton Hall commit a few numbers forward. St. John's quick and efficient with their counterattack. And Oluwaseyi, the last man the Pirates want to see that ball fall to. 8 goals and 3 assists here on the season for the Mississauga native. So the Big East all-freshman team last year with 4 goals and 2 assists. He has wowed this season, even as he's gotten back into fitness throughout the season, missed all of preseason with an injury. Oluwaseyi has still shown his quality game in and game out for the Red Storm. Free kick here, and Eden O'Leary. Nathan Tremonti. Looks like those two will go forward to give some options on the end of this one. James Boot will take. Southampton native. In his freshman year, getting his 8th start. Already 2 assists. He floats this one to the top of the 18. Headed back into the middle. Chandler wins the second ball. And then the volley. There's a good attempt there from Alex Pazetsky. Not much of a chance that was ever really going to find under the crossbar. So a shot either way here as these two teams start to settle in. The St. John's side has changed their look a couple times over the course of this season. Times going 3 in the back, pushing more numbers into midfield. One thing you know is they will pressure you every area of the field, make life hard for their opponents. Tremonti to throw this one in down the line. McKenzie trying to attack that one. He's able to win possession back for his side. Borg brings it down. Back to the feet of McKenzie. Carlton McKenzie's tripped up. The flag goes up, and we've got a dangerous set piece coming from deep in that right corner here for the Pirates. Rafael Bustamonte's been in a battle since the first whistle here. It's one of the things his coaches have loved about him, his mentality, his fight. So Boot gets another chance at this one. It'll be one player in the wall. And Boot to serve it. The right-footed ball played in. Alive on the far post. Enough of a touch there for the Red Storm. They're able to keep this one in play. Simonson starts the counterattack. His long ball cleared as we've got bodies down back behind the play for Seton Hall. A collision off the set piece. And it looks like the man who drew the original foul, Carlton McKenzie, is the one who's down. McKenzie, another player who's had to work his way back from injury over the course of the season. And you look for these two teams, it's been a long time facing off against each other. St. John's leading the all-time series with 12 victories. And they have won the last 4 games. But as Ashley mentioned, neither of these teams has ever won 5 in a row in this rivalry. So St. John's looking to make a little bit of history here. And Seton Hall looking for, as Ashley said, a keynote victory for the Pirates. A 1-0 win over Creighton here at O&T Carroll Field. It was a good start for them early in Big East play. They're looking to show that they can be a factor in the conference here over the rest of 2019. Under Andreas Lindberg. So Carlton McKenzie's back out on the field. A newly laid turf field here at O&T Carroll Field, as the baseball stadium's still under construction, but new bleachers for the fans, new facilities for the fans, and a grade A surface for the players here. Part of the additions to O&T Carroll Field. Brandon Duarte comes forward to take this throw in. Simonson is down to the ground. Long clearance over the top. Seton Hall, they came in with the game plan to be direct, to get the speed up top, chances to run 1v1 at this St. John's defense, and that time Chandler stands up to it. Pressure put on by Tiebling. The Jarna, Sweden native, just a sophomore. One of the most complete players in the Big East. He's got strength, he's got speed, good vision, great feet in possession. A future professional soccer player for sure. And right now, the most dangerous player on the field for the Pirates. Fredrickson's clearance. Out for a throw-in here for the Red Storm. David Goss and Ashley Lyotis here on the Big East Digital Network with you. Just 3 conference games left for these two sides in the 2019 season. It starts and ends so fast sometimes in college soccer, but still so much to be decided. For St. John's, they're looking to solidify themselves, earn a potential bye, potentially the ability to host the Big East Championship game if they get there. And, of course, seeding going forward for the NCAA tournament. For Seton Hall, they're looking to get themselves into the Big East tournament once again. See how much damage they can do here in 2019. Bustamante over to take this set piece again. He clipped the last one high to the far post, looking for the run of Brandon Duarte. It'll be Bustamante to take once again. This one clipped in right on the goalkeeper's hands. Nota gets a touch to it. Still alive in the box. Crawford shot blocked. A chance here for Simonson. He can't turn on that one. And he's closed down, and it's cleared away by the Pirates. Nota coming out into a forest of bodies. Wasn't able to get a strong touch to it. Unfortunate to see his backline bail him out a little and keep Seton Hall alive in this one. Chandler into the feet of Julo. Back to the feet of Julo. Curled in ball. Headed away by O'Leary. Bustamante. On the battle in the midfield right now between St. John's and Seton Hall. We've seen opportunities both ways, mainly from set pieces. McKenzie trying to put on some pressure. Bustamante's pass intercepted. Pozetsky out to the feet of McKenzie. The speed demon, a transfer from Tyler Junior College, one of the powerhouses in the junior college scene. And now Borg. And he can't find the feet of Boot there. Andreas Borg. A unique upbringing. Born in Malta, raised in Dubai. part of the IJF Soccer Academy in Qatar, and then went over to England and played for Peterborough United. On a whim, trying to get some soccer opportunities. And now at Seton Hall University in his freshman year has locked down a starting spot with his 12th start of the year. Ball there into the feet for Crawford to turn. Now Lai sprays it wide. Einar Lai will pull the strings in midfield for this St. John's team out of Undheim, Norway, the sophomore. Dominant in the club scene in Norway last year. Free kick earned there from Fredriksson. As the clock will stop here. Our referee to get a chance to talk to Oluwaseyi and a chance for us to talk to Ashley Lyotis down on the sideline.
Hey, David, thanks. Yeah, we saw Carlton McKenzie go down there. Obviously, he came back in. Anxious to see what happens with him. I talked to Coach Lindberg earlier this morning, and we were kind of talking about McKenzie. You know, he's one of our players to watch tonight. He told me he's really been battling just kind of nagging injuries. Nothing crazy, just a little bit of tightness and some groin injuries. Last game was the first time he had, significant playing time, and afterwards he said he felt decent. But up until then, he was dealing with a lot of that nagging injury. Coach said it was frustrating because you don't know when he's going to feel good, when he's not going to feel good, so he's kind of game to game. So he went down with a quick little injury there. I'm anxious to see how that kind of plays in, if he's going to be okay through the second half here.
So much, Ashley. Great burst there for Seton Hall as Borg had it knocked away at the last moment. First real good movement and open play from the Pirates. Now they go short on this corner kick. Boot with the low ball, driven in. Cleared away. Looks like by Knapp there. McKenzie, a huge weapon for this Seton Hall team. Scored against the run of play for their victory against Creighton, the biggest of the season. They need everything McKenzie can give them. Oluwaseyi stretching this back line. One-on-one with Fredriksson. Low ball driven in. He's looking for the feet of a teammate. As Crawford has his hand up on the far post. And McKenzie's going the other way now. Looking for the through ball for the run at a midfield of Boot. And it was taken by Hoffler in goal. This game's starting to get a little bit more stretched here. For both coaches, maybe a positive and a negative. St. John's a team that likes to play compact, likes to play composed. Although Coach Mazur has given more freedom this year in the attack to his creative players, and he has been rewarded for it. Over 30 goals scored on the year. And the Red Storm, one of the best teams on both ends of the field in 2019 in the entire NCAA. That's led to their number 2 ranking in the RPI, their highest ranking in the RPI in over 15 years. Their best start to a season since 1996 when they won a national title. Their number 4 ranking in the coaches poll, their highest since the early part of the season in 2009. Long throw played in. Put it over by Tiebling. McKenzie trying to find a teammate or turn on a shot. Will finally go wide here for Tremonti. And his shot blocked. Bustamante and Tremonti battling it out. They'll go out off the Seton Hall Pirate player. First substitution of the game getting ready to come on will be the senior out of Genoa, Italy, Vittorio Augeri. He will come on for CJ Tiebling. Jerry, 2 goals on the year. Has filled a lot of the time up top when CJ Tiebling hasn't been available this year. But they like his ability to pinch in off the wing at times, off that left side, or play as a false 9. Drag defenses around with his runs. It'll only be McKenzie who goes up top right now. A dangerous free kick coming up here for the away side. St. John's has already had some good looks from set pieces. It's been Bustamante to serve it in. All of those have been S crosses, an opportunity to shoot here. And it'll be Einar Lai, the Norwegian, to take this one. Lai's got 4 goals this year. One of the most dangerous set piece takers in the conference. Pirates, a 4-man wall, all 11 players right now back behind the ball to defend. And now it'll be Duarte and Joulot to stand over it. So a change there. They go short. Seton Hall able to get out and press, and now they're looking to go back the other way. Elias towards McKenzie, knocked away by Chandler, and handled well there. But now Seton Hall able to win it back. It was Hansen who looked like he had snuffed out the danger. There'll be a throw in here for the Pirates, but for St. John's, a set piece about 25 yards from your attacking goal ends up in a counterattack as you go short there. Gonna lay it back to the taker's feet. An odd decision for the Pirates. Now a set piece coming the other way. It's been the most dangerous moments for either of these teams so far in this game. Just over 15 minutes left to play here in the first half. The Pirates looking for the breakthrough. Got bodies surrounding Hoffler here in goal. They floated to the far post. Well done there from the German. Bodies all around him. That high looping ball. McKenzie there. It's a touch on the punt and an easy yellow card given out on that one. Heber Estrada, our head official for this one, giving out his first yellow card. McKenzie, 1 red card here in 2019. He and Elias, the only 2 red cards on the season for either of these 2 teams. St. John's has kept it clean. Chance here for St. John's. This one high up the field. They haven't really had any good spells of possession so far. Have the Red Storm. Expect maybe a little bit more from Simonson and Lai. The Red Storm can be so dangerous in transition as well. Oluwaseyi up to Bustamante. Back here for Simonson. Clipped ball to the far post, headed away. Still alive in the box. Oluwaseyi, the first one to it. Now Bustamante tries to turn on this one. And he gets his foot under it and loops it out the other side of the box. For St. John's, thought they'd have opportunities to put that ball on the ground, knock it around between Knapp, Lai, and Simonson. Has not happened so far. Josiah Crawford starting this one up top. Let's pull back a little. Pinched in at right midfield. Changing this St. John's shape into a 4-5-1. Beautiful work there from Simonson, who's starting to grow in confidence. Down the line for Crawford. Crawford beats the first man easily. Charging into the box. The low ball played in. Simonson tries to get the shot away. Julot's off the post and out. It looked like Julot had intercepted the opportunity for Simonson. He instead turns on a dime and rips that ball off the far post. What an opportunity for the Stamford, Connecticut native. The best look of the game. And it comes off the foot of the freshman, Jared Julot. What an opportunity. Just inches from opening up the scoring. Simonson now sprays this one wide. Duarte running onto it. The low cross, it's knocked away. And now the Red Storm starting to rattle this Seton Hall back line. Starting to create chances. Just under 15 minutes left to play in this first half. And St. John's continue to grow in this one, find the opening, put the pressure on the home side here. With results around the league already coming in as this the final game here of the weekend in the Big East. Seton Hall knows they've got a huge opportunity. Xavier knocked off DePaul already here today. Marquette knocked off Butler. That would allow Seton Hall to move into a tie for 4th place in the conference with the win. Providence, an overtime victory over Creighton after a dramatic late equalizer as Nota sees that one go through his box. Providence persevered in overtime. And for St. John's, they need to get a win here to stay ahead of Providence in the battle for 2nd place in the Big East. Georgetown right now 4 points ahead of St. John's with that game in hand. At the top of the conference. Ball comes in dangerous moments there from Hansen. Lucky to see that one fall into his teammates' arms. Jan Hoffenler. Just about 10 more minutes to play for him, we expect. All but one game so far, it's been Luca Gavron to come off the bench at halftime in goal. 6'6", redshirt freshman out of Hamilton, Ontario. Academy teammate of Tani Oluwaseyi up in Canada. 2 substitutes coming on here for the Pirates. It'll be Sean McLeod, a grad student transfer out of Notre Dame, come on for Seton Hall, as well as J.P. Marin, Briarwood, New York native, former teammate of Jared Julot in the New York Red Bull Academy and with the Red Bulls U23 teams this summer. So Marin, a lot expected of him in just his sophomore year. It's been a stop and start year This could be the type of game he could shine in. As Josiah Crawford also comes off. Matt Forrester, who has, over the course of the year, been the starter up top for St. John's, comes off. The Bedford UK senior comes on, for Crawford. Forrester 6 goals last year, led the team in scoring, including the game winner against Seton Hall in their lone matchup in 2019. So it'll be McLeod to take this one. Good set piece taker, floats it in, and it's knocked over the crossbar. One of the best looks of the game falls to Elias. John McLeod, grad student transfer from Notre Dame. Played with some of the best pro academies in Scotland, including Rangers, Aberdeen. His grandfather coached Scotland to their only World Cup appearance in 1978. Famous teams, Kenny Dalglish. I believe the only team to win all 3 games in the group stage of the World Cup and not go through to the next round. Different format at the time. Thankfully one that's fixed. Under 10 minutes left to play here in the first half. St. John's coming in with the pedigree here in 2019. And one thing we were sure of is that matters when these two sides step on the field. It's always close, it is always tense, and it has been so far here in this first half. Put under pressure at times, challenged against some taller players on set pieces, and you saw Julot with that shot banged off the post an inch to the right, and that one was going in for the opener. Floats that one long. Knapp, who has played every position for Coach Mazer, sitting in central midfield deep here today. He's played on the right side, on the wing, as well as at right back. A bit time wasting there, momentum wasting from Tremonti. Ever Estrada, our head official, put an end to that one early on. Chandler heads it down, feet of Bustamante. Forrester trying to find Oluwaseyi, he does. Big switch there from Simonson. Duarte running onto it. Good option there to play into the feet. Cross comes in, and no one in a red shirt on the far post there for St. John's. There's Drew Rosen, New York City native, who just checked in, putting that cross in. Dangerous chance there from Simonson. Doesn't take a whole lot of space or time for him to be a threat. Skage Simonson out of Bergen, Norway. He's the Big East Freshman of the Year last year, the first one at St. John's since 1996. Played for Brann over in Norway, one of the most established clubs in the country. 6 goals, 4 assists last year. 2 goals, 5 assists here this year. A chance to shoot. McLeod shot goes wide. Beautiful opening there for the Pirates. McLeod able to run onto it, but gather his momentum. Gets his foot inside of that one. Just trying to curl it to that far post. Fortunately for Hoffler, that one goes just wide. Final 5 minutes here of the half. Chances going both ways now. Either of these teams, a little bit of magic in them to give them the momentum going into the second half. Chandler and McKenzie battle. Well done by Bustamante, the layoff there from Oluwaseyi. And already him and Forrester just look more connected than we saw Crawford and Oluwaseyi. It's brought Tanny into this game here in the second half. Ball there into the path of Rosen. So played out by O'Leary. Good battle there. Marin the first of the ball. Jerry slows it down a little for the Pirates. Big switch to McLeod. Can't bring it down. Bustamante tries to jump the touch. McLeod gets away from him. Maybe as well as he could have hoped for, as he didn't have a teammate on the end of that ball. And Duarte didn't know that. So he put it out for the throw-in deep in the St. John's half. Expect a long throw coming here from Tremonti. He can put it right on the edge of the 6 if he wants to. He's got McKenzie there on the near post. Tries to flick it on. And a handball will be called against Marin. David Goss and Ashley Liotis here at O&T Carroll Field, South Orange, New Jersey, for this Big East men's soccer matchup between two teams that are as familiar with each other as any two schools could be. Just 25 miles separates these two campuses. A host of players who grew up playing with and against each other in club and school soccer. Coaching staffs that know each other very well. Dave Mazur in his 29th year. On the flip side, Andreas Lindberg just his second year, but assisted by Jeff Mateo, a former All-American at St. John's. Coached under Dave Mazur for 10 years, ending his time as associate head coach. Two programs that are as familiar as can be. And often familiarity does breed animosity. We've seen a little chippiness so far, but nothing too bad. As O'Leary steps into that one, the freshman out of Tel Aviv. Beautiful step forward there from Duarte. Oluwaseyi tries to lay it off and cleared away. Space there to dribble forward for the St. John's midfield. Simonson now turns on his right foot, and he just gets a little under that ball as it popped up off his first touch. He has been the most dangerous player in the game for either side. Eskage Simonson. Another player injured right at the start of preseason. So as he worked his way into fitness, he was a little held back. But it seemed over the last few weeks that he has reached his peak. He has helped dominate midfield throughout most of the season for the Red Storm. Slide tackle there from Lies. We approach the final minute of this first half. Big opportunities either way. The best falling to Jared Jalot, who rattled a shot off the post for St. John's. That one followed up just a few moments later by the opportunity to Sean McLeod that he pulled just wide of the far post. Expect to see a goalkeeping change at halftime for St. John's. See if there are any big changes coming for the Seton Hall coaching staff.
Anybody?
No to blast that one long. Knapp comes away with it. Bustamante trying to go up the line for Forrester. Fredrickson with the mistake. Oluwaseyi in 1v1. His shot blocked. And now cleared by Seton Hall. The last man the Pirates wanted to see on the ball, running at pace at their back line. Oluwaseyi couldn't take advantage. Simonson here, the last look of the half. It'll be cleared by the Pirates. And as we expected, there might be a gulf in RPI rankings between these two teams, but not in quality and never in their matchups. Locked in at 0-0 here at halftime. A massive fixture with just 2 weeks left to play in the Big East. We'll be back in just a moment. The first half analysis, second half action here on the Big East Digital Network.
What can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
Hallelujah.
And this is just one night. You should see what we do during the day. Marquette University. Be the difference.
It's time to fuel your ambitions by taking charge of your student debt. At SoFi, we've helped over 250,000 people refinance their student loans, saving thousands of dollars. Now you can pay off your student loans faster and reach your goals sooner. See how much you can save in just 2 minutes at SoFi.com/save.
We aren't just dreamers. We're doers.
My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Good things happen when you unleash a Butler Bulldog.
My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
When my time came to stop coaching,
I was very fortunate that I didn't have to go cold turkey. I was able to start the Big East Conference, and we came across the sky like a meteor.
One recruiting year that they had that really turned everything around was the Ewan Mullen Pinckney recruiting year. It changed the face of Eastern basketball probably forever.
We just believed in ourselves, and a lot of hard work on everybody's part.
Every March, Madison Square Garden is home to everything that is college basketball.
Put on your red shoes and dance the blues.
What? How's the weather? Yeah. It's snowing out. It's a blizzard, but we ain't gonna stop.
Rightly, there were questions early on about whether the Big East could withstand the test of reconfiguration, and I think if you were here, we've done that and more.
It's a monster league now. Last man standing, bring the flag. Tough to coach in, but great for spectators and great to play in. The march of the Big East goes on.
One of the positives about the sports business in the last couple of years, and in recent years in particular, has been the growing interest in seeing our industry become a more diverse and inclusive place.
I find it important for us to amplify the voices of those who have not traditionally had a seat at the table. As a Black African woman, my various social identities are always at the forefront of my daily interactions, from my first name, my culture, to where I'm from. So for me, diversity is about us celebrating our uniqueness as a society.
A lot of what happens in terms of diversifying workforce in the college world happens at the campus level. That's really where the core hiring takes place. The schools are responsible for hiring their directors of athletics, their staffs, their coaches. And so the conference is really a step away from that activity, but I think conferences can and should set a tone. And so in the Big East, we have tried to make diversity and inclusion a conference strategic priority. We have, for example, within our conference SAC group, designated a diversity and inclusion officer. D&I has become an important topic of discussion at SAC meetings. And our D&I officer is now included into the conference-wide diversity and inclusion working group that we've created.
I currently serve as the conference's Student Athlete Advisory Committee's Diversity and Inclusion Officer. This position is charged with ensuring that the conference carries out its commitment to inclusion for all. And I assist the conference staff in creating opportunities for student athletes from different backgrounds to come together to share and exchange ideas. I also work closely with the Big East Diversity and Inclusion Working Group.
You know, when I think about diversity, I think about the fact that diversity is a fact. When we think about inclusion, we think about inclusion being a choice. And I think if we can succeed in anything at the Big East is to impress upon everyone how inclusion isn't just a choice but a responsibility.
The Big East is committed to continuing the development of programs and initiatives that support diverse and inclusive environments for our student athletes, coaches, staff, and communities.
What is a Villanovan? In 30 seconds? Well, Villanovans aim high. Top 50 National University high. We think fast and stay connected. V's up. Villanovans think deeply, push boundaries, and go, go, go! Still with me? We climb corporate ladders in these ladders. This campus is our home, but you can find us almost anywhere. Villanovans have big hearts and solve even bigger problems, and we celebrate together. Ignite change, go Nova.
St. John's University, our students believe, serve, explore, and achieve. A Catholic, Vincentian, metropolitan, and global university, we are at the heart of where lives are enriched. We provide a transformative education that goes far beyond the classroom. We aspire to do more. And for nearly 150 years, the St. John's story has been the story of New York City. We are New York's team. We are St. John's.
What can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
Hallelujah.
And this is just one night. You should see what we do during the day. Marquette University. Be the difference.
You have 4 years to help you figure out the meaning of life. Do you realize what a great gift this is?
I think of college as a moment of pilgrimage.
You'll go places you never thought you'd go. You'll meet people you never thought you'd meet. And you will experience things that are so rich that you can hold on to them forever.
What is a Villanovan? In 30 seconds? Well, Villanovans aim high. Top 50 National University high. We think fast and stay connected. V's up. Villanovans think deeply, push boundaries, and go, go, go! Still with me? We climb corporate ladders in these ladders. This campus is our home, but you can find us almost anywhere. Villanovans have big hearts and solve even bigger problems, and we celebrate together. Ignite change, go Nova.
O&T Carroll Field, the site of this Big East men's soccer matchup between the regional rivals in New York and New Jersey. As we are getting prepared for the second half of play with just 2 more games to play for these two teams in Big East play. We know everything left to play for as you take a look at the standings coming out of already every game's been played in Big East action this week except this one. Georgetown riding high in first place, but for St. John's, they were trying to stay ahead of Providence, who knocked off Creighton 3-2 in overtime earlier today. Xavier, with a win over DePaul, jumped into currently 5th place. And that is where Seton Hall, with a victory, they could move into that tie with Creighton, Xavier, and Marquette. It comes down to head-to-head and everything else that could go on, as all those teams have beaten each other throughout the course of the season. And yeah, we're at that time of year where it's going to get a little chaotic. Let's take a look at the stats from this one. It tells the story. 12 total fouls between these two teams, 0 shots on goal between these two sides, 6 shots in total. The biggest chance of the game coming to Jared Jalot, who rattled his shot off the far post. 15 minutes left in the first half. And on the other side, Seton Hall, a few dangerous breaks. The biggest one falling to Sean McLeod, the Notre Dame transfer off the bench, who pulled his shot just wide late in that first half. Andreas Lindbergh heading back towards his bench. Dave Mazur out to talk to his squad as he gets ready for the second half. And as usual, he will make his change in goal. Tell you all about Luke Gavron, the young goalkeeper. Coach Mazur, you can see him talking to his group. He got a little bit more energy, a little more control in the closing stages of that first half, as Skage Simonsen started to emerge in midfield. Matt Forrester came off the bench to link up a little up top with Tani Oluwashei. Coach Mazur, some final instructions to his team. Coming over to talk to his young goalkeeper as Eber Estrada, our head official, comes back out onto the field to get us ready. Seton Hall, the home side. They're all white kits with white shorts going right to left on your monitor. St. John's Red Storm in their red and blue striped tops with red shorts going left to right here to start this second half. Locked in at 0-0. David Goss and Ashley Liotis on the call for you here on the Big East Digital Network. It is a game that is circled on the schedule the moment it comes out. It's New Jersey versus New York. It's a lot of players who know each other very well. Some that like each other and some that don't. History in the making as Seton Hall gets us kicked off here in the second half. This Big East men's soccer matchup. As the rain starts to fall here at O&T Carroll Field. Temperatures drop, the leaves have started to change. And with rain coming down, it is a classic Big East night as the Pirates versus the Red Storm. It's a storied matchup. It's back many years in this conference, and this has that feel of a classic Big East night. Free kick coming here. Sean McLeod, who stayed on after coming off the bench in the first half, will take this one. St. John's 11 in the box to defend. All hands on deck. Be a huge way to start the half for the Pirates. They've conceded early in the second half over the last few games. They're looking to do the opposite here now. McLeod will serve it in. Put on the near post. And the first touch of the game for the young Canadian goalkeeper, Luca Gavron. Good idea there from McLeod to test the young goalkeeper right off the bench. Gavron, now his 14th appearance, all off the bench. Out of Hamilton, Ontario, for the redshirt freshman. McLeod's shot clatters off Duarte, and both go down. Duarte comes up limping. McLeod still down on the ground. Pazetsky with the win. Maintains possession for his side. Solberg floats that one up to McKenzie. CJ Tiebling back on the field to start this second half. Andreas Borg, the one being sacrificed at halftime for McLeod. No other changes to the lineup for Seton Hall. For St. John's, Matt Forrester remains on, as does Drew Rosen. So the 2 first half subs getting a chance to start play in the second half for Coach Mazer. Claude over this one. St. John's forced to defend again here early in this second half. Claude put the last one right on the hands of Gavron, 6'6". A presence in the box. Claude trying to test him here. Floats it in on the top of the 6. Handled well by Hansen. Fredrickson closes it down. Pressure put on here by Oluwaseyi. And the turnover by Tremonti. Full credit there to Oluwaseyi for putting that pressure on and making that pass unnecessarily difficult for Tremonti. Back all the way to the feet of Andreas Nota. Ferdinand Solberg, who's been inserted in the lineup as McKenzie takes that half chance and puts it out into the street. That's what he's on the field to do. Has the ability to score. He did so in a similar style against Creighton in the 1-0 win here for Seton Hall. It was a lofted ball in. And a sublime first touch to beat his defender and a creative finish on a pouncing ball to put his team ahead. They were able to see out. Battle there between Solberg and Rosen. Rosen's brought a little bite to this St. John's team. You can tell why Coach Mazer chose to stick with the New York City native. Free kick coming here. It'll be Duarte to take it. Floated into the far post. Chandler with the header. Alive, and Oluwase takes the lead. The danger man from Canada once again. And it was the moment the Red Storm have been waiting for. And who else but Tani Oluwaseyi, his 9th goal of the season. It was a dangerous ball floated to the far post. So much size and danger in the box for this Red Storm team. Matt Chandler, 6'6" at the far post, heads it across. Oluwaseyi, his 9th goal of the year. On pace, you'd have to think, for first team All Big East awards at the end of this year. St. John's threatening to close out the first half. A huge moment there to open up the second. Simonson, the man who started to turn the tide. The end of the first half. That is the moment the Red Storm have been waiting for. Seton Hall's been down the last few games when they've conceded goals. Against Xavier, they gave up an early one. Gave up another one about 15 minutes after that. Of course, against Butler, down to 10 men. They conceded 2 in the first half and then 2 in the second. As Chandler slips, McKenzie tries to get on the end of it. The clearance deflects off him. And McKenzie has to be careful. He is sitting on a yellow card. Eber Estrada here, a big decision to make. It was unnecessary from the Englishman to jump into the goalkeeper. And the clock stopped here for Estrada to speak to him. And McKenzie has to be smarter than that. He's already picked up a red card once this year. He got the yellow card in the first half for blocking the punt of Hoffler. Which is already a silly yellow card. This would be back-breaking for Seton Hall. And Estrada, satisfied with the conversation, won't show him the card. Hall almost dead and buried there if it had been a goal and a red card in a matter of minutes. McKenzie here, still on the field for his side. He dribbles out. What does St. John's do now? Been in the ascendancy in this game. Can they continue to push forward? Simonson riding high with confidence. The reigning Big East Freshman of the Year. Big switch from Duarte. Fullback to fullback for Bustamante. Ball rolls out. Will be a throw in here to Seton Hall. Pirates have struggled to come from behind this season. They've only lost 2 games by multiple goals. Their game as well as Georgetown. Otherwise, everything has been a 1-goal loss or a tie or win. McKenzie here, 1v1 with Duarte, comes in field. Lai comes over to help. Duarte makes the tackle. He thought it was clean. Estrada right over that one. Well, as the foul, it looked like Duarte got the ball first. McKenzie ends up on the ground, and a free kick coming here for the Pirates. Johns has scored once. Here, off a set piece. The Pirates due to answer. McLeod floats it to the far post. And nowhere for Eden O'Leary to really put that one. Get that ball in danger. Not the service McLeod was looking for on that one. He's been fairly good at floating that one in between the goalkeeper and the back line to at least force Gavron to make a decision off his line. Gavron, youth club teammates up in Canada with Tania Oluwaseyi, one of the lesser known Ontario clubs in GPS Academy. So the players you see coming out of that area from famed Sigma FC, Carl Laren and Richie Larea, or Ontario Vaughan Azuri side. GPS providing the Red Storm with 2 up-and-coming superstars on both ends of the field. Tiebling's been quiet in this one. McKenzie has it taken away. Pazetsky wins it back. Boot trying to connect with his midfield. And now Simonson back on the ball. Good feet. An imposing frame to hold players off in midfield. Composure as well when the pressure gets around him. How comfortable and calm does he look sitting alongside his Norwegian friend in Einar Lai in the center of the park for this Red Storm side. Chandler here has the assist. It's played long. Fredrickson will head it away. St. Paul have shown a couple of half threats. They have enough to get themselves back into this one. St. John's, this would be a massive victory. They'd clinch a spot in the Big East tournament already. But it would put them in the driver's seat over their last 2 games. At home against DePaul and on the road against Providence. To really only need a draw to lock down second place, a first-round bye, a home semifinal game, and the potential, if Georgetown gets knocked off, to host the Big East tournament final at Belson Stadium, which is back and roaring. Over 2,000 fans on attendance Wednesday night against Georgetown. Not the result they wanted, but a sign that this program, which has been one of the mainstays at the top of the men's college soccer scene, is back where it belongs. Oluwaseyi looking for, looking for his teammate, and Rosen. Boot over the top. Chandler reads that one. And Tiebling, that broken foot, forced to get his fitness back along the way in the season. In college soccer, so tough with how quick the games come. 2 a week, don't allow for much training to get your fitness up. As McLeod here, left-footed cross to the far post, and Gavron using all 6'6" of his frame to go up and bring it down. Chandler here, press quickly, good feet from the Canadian center back. Gets it wide for Bustamante. Chandler has been impressive in this game. Has the assist, of course, but his defensive work and that composure there. Chance to shoot now, and Knapp can't get over that one. It laid out perfectly off the foot of Forrester for Knapp to hit that first-time strike. Just could not get his shoulders over the ball. Soft rain coming down here at O&T Carroll Field. 1-0 lead for the Red Storm. All about 5 minutes into this second half. 9th of the season for Tanny. St. John's has looked comfortable since that goal. Hall's going to need someone to try and change the pace of this game. And they're hoping it'll be C.J. Tiebling. Kozetsky, understanding the game plan's been quick in his passing. Every time he's won the ball, he's looked to get it forward with his first touch, not second. Simonson has it knocked away. McLeod now trying to come back and take that ball off the back line. McLeod, good skilled player, veteran. Coaching staff looking to keep him, and you'd think Andrea Borg, his 1v1 ability, will be needed off the bench at some point. As Oluwaseyi now off and running, and Fredrickson stands him up. White shirts all around. The lone goal scorer of the night. Those chances you'd have to think are going to start coming more often for the goal scorer as Seton Hall's forced to push numbers forward. McKenzie goes down. Now he'll get called for the foul. So you got a piece of Rosen going past him to win possession back. To be taken here. St. John's over 30 goals scored this year. One of the most potent teams in the nation. But they have still kept that Coach Mazer DNA. It's one of the best defenses in the country as well. This free kick taken a little bit too far away from where the actual foul was. So it'll be retaken here. Simonson tried to take it quickly and go wide for Bustamante. Now you'd expect try and put this one on frame as Andrea Borg up off Seton Hall sideline. The Maltese winger ready to come on. Has that individual flair and quality to create chances out of nothing for the Pirates. But first they need to hang on to this 1-goal deficit as Forrester floats this one in. Nota comes out, bobbles it for a moment, and then takes it down. Nota, despite all but 3 minutes of the season for the Pirates, a sophomore out of Rome. But over the last few games, we've seen a few more bobbles than expected, of course. 27 shots by Butler in that matchup, so I was going to expect 1 or 2 mistakes with that high volume of work. Ball into the feet of Tiebling. St. John's back line recovers quickly. Tiebling back for Boot. Boot tries to find Elias. Wins that ball back, and now Tremonti steps forward. Clawed into the feet of Tiebling. Swedish sophomore tries to turn. Can't find a teammate now. Rosen in the tackle. And the foul will go against Ferdinand Solberg. Solberg, the transfer from Florida Atlantic, taking over the starting left back role over the last 2 weeks for the Seton Hall side. Hugo Keller has gotten a run there, but Keller, along with Solberg, more naturally a center back. Trouble in transitioning just a little bit to that fullback role. Seton Hall searching for answers there. Searching for answers in the attack as well here today. Ball floated up for Elias. Elias knocks it down. McKenzie on the ball. Gonna get to his right foot to get the shot away. He does. It's deflected and knocked down and taken easily now by Gavron. Seton Hall was hoping to stretch that back line a little bit. Like you saw there, it means that the St. John's midfield not close enough to take down or to win those second balls. It allows McKenzie, Elias, and Tiebling to pick those up. Seton Hall's best bet right now is to try stretch the game a little, isolate that St. John's back line and try and find some 1v1, although it may have to be 1v2 situations. McKenzie slips, the ball finds Tiebling. Tiebling goes all the way back to his goalkeeper in Nota. Spread wide towards Elias. Elias goes down trying to run it down. Tiebling goes wide. Flying forward is Tremonti. Closed down by Oluwaseyi. What a play from the goal scorer. Elias now, and it's knocked away. It was an opening. And for St. John's, that just shows you the mood in this group right now. That your star striker recognizes the moment and puts in the effort to make the 45-yard run to close down that cross from Tremonti. Talking to people around the St. John's team, they said this has been one of the most together groups, the little things they've done, just the way they've celebrated goals, the way even the redshirt freshmen have felt involved, worked hard, been a part of this group. Just has that feeling like one of those special seasons for St. John's. Free kick here for Boot to take. So Boot floats this to the far post. Tiebling not able to knock that one on. And on that note, let's go down to our sideline reporter on the field, and Ashley Leotis about what she heard from the coaches at halftime.
Hey, David, yeah, I talked to the coaches right there at the half, and St. John's coach Mazer told me that, they're doing pretty good. He said, they need to limit their fouls. And Seton Hall has that tough center attack, that counter attack rather, and it is pretty dangerous. And he was pleased with a couple of shots they did get on goal. His message to the team, though, was they have to find cleaner and sharper shots. Of course, you saw that just happen there with Tanny a little bit there ago. And then over on the other side with Seton Hall, Coach Lindbergh told me that, they're doing all right. He wants them to be more aggressive, and they have to find a way around Skage Simonsen. And he said, it's out there for the taking. It's anyone's game at this point. That was back in the half when it still was tied up at 0-0. Of course, St. John's pulling ahead here. We will see how this one plays out. David?
Thanks so much, Ashley. Oluwaseyi changing a lot of the formula in this game with that lone goal to take the lead for his side. Seton Hall team still looking for answers. Andrea Borg and Vittorio Ageri coming off the bench in place of McKenzie and Tiebling. Oluwaseyi away again. And Nota makes the save. Oluwaseyi starting to grow in this game off the back of that goal. Another big opportunity here for St. John's. Oh, excuse me, the offside flag went up on Oluwaseyi. It looked like he'd held his run. The free kick awarded to Seton Hall. Tremonti clips that one forward. Ageri, not the natural size of Tiebling, but a smart veteran player who knows how to use his body and frustrate defenders. You wonder how much that'll matter against the 6'6" Matt Chandler. Tiebling not 90 minutes fit, so he has to take a break for at least some time. John's maybe a little frustrated. They haven't been able to control this one a little bit more off the back of the goal. Thought they'd control things in central midfield in the first half. Simonson really strong in that area, but more of that bursting forward into the attack. You'd expect Lai and he to now really control things. In fairness to Simonson, he's basically got the man-marking treatment from Alex Pazetsky. That's how dangerous Seton Hall coaching staff has judged his play. Forrester drives that one in. Simonson somehow gets a touch to get on it. His shot blocked. Second chance here for Rosen. His cross knocked down and out the far post. It was inches away. Who else but Tani Oluwaseyi charging in at the far post. And it looked like he didn't need much of a touch to put it away. It looked like he had done just enough. The attack starting with the danger of Simonson. Rosen's cross blocked. And Oluwaseyi there ghosting in behind Tremonti. Just not able to direct it inside that far post. Borg goes up and wins the header. Elias now charging forward. Captain versus captain here. This is closed down by Duarte. Finds McLeod. The left-footed shot off the back of Chandler. Borg now in a battle, and Chandler steps forward and wins it once again. Seton Hall, they probably need this game to stretch out a little bit. St. John's lines have been clean. Their defensive shape has been solid. Tough to pass through. Seton Hall needs a little bit of chaos in this game to create some openings, as a yellow card here shown to Andrea Borg, the second yellow card of the game. Don't forget, postseason tickets are now available for 2 Big East Fall Championships presented by Jeep. For tickets to the Big East Women's Soccer Championship semifinals and final in Omaha, Nebraska, which is on November 7th and 10th, you can head to www.bigeast.com/WSOC tickets for tickets to the Big East Field Hockey Championship hosted by Quinnipiac on November 8th and 10th. Head to bigeast.com/FH tickets. Morrison Stadium in Omaha, one of the best soccer facilities in the country, college, youth, or pro. A beautiful setting for the championships coming up. And of course, the men's soccer championships will be hosted on site by the higher seeds. And this St. John's team, if they can see out the next 20 minutes, they could be heading to at least a semifinal in their home, if not more. Seton Hall is getting ready to make another substitution. Appearing for the first time in this game is TJ Allseth. Allseth, a consistent starter, has started every game this year in central midfield, has a infection in his mouth, which meant he could not start in this one. And we're not sure if he'd be even available to play, but inserted here for the final 20 minutes. And you got to think, trying to get a little more size and physicality to battle Simonson in that central midfield area for the Pirates. Tremonti loses possession there. St. John's Red Storm, 12-2 on the year, 5-1 in Big East play. Going to make it 13-2, and now Rosen flying forward. The recovery there from Soldberg. He did just enough to push it away for a corner kick here for St. John's. A 1-0 lead for the away side. Will go out for a goal kick here. Everyone on the field's confused, but Seton Hall will take it, and Coach Mazer just chuckles and walks away from our fourth official. Nota sprays that one up. Knapp won the initial header, and then the foul by O'Leary pulling down Oluwaseyi. Stephen Elias, who came off for Allseth, still standing on the side of the box, as the third yellow card of the game. Going to be shown there to O'Leary. Eden O'Leary, born and raised in Tel Aviv, Israel, to an Irish dad and Israeli mother, hence the O'Leary. Played for a number of local sides. Kabilio Jaffa, Hapoel Azor, and Hapoel Ranana. His first year in college soccer, getting the start here today, and he's had a nightmare dealing with Oluwaseyi. Chandler heads that one. Can't keep that one in. You got to think the mental toll that it takes keeping up with Oluwaseyi, not just his speed, but his work rate. He has made an effort to run after every ball, has dropped in and made the right runs every time to be an available partner for his midfield, which means you have to follow him. You have to constantly be communicating, understanding where he is. And the one time Oluwaseyi got lost, he made the Seton Hall team pay. Knapp taken down there by Allseth, coming off the bench, not wasting any time to make sure everyone knows he's out there on the field for the minutes he does play. As I said, Elias still up off the bench, like he's about to come on, has not sat down. It's coming off. I don't know if that's frustration from him or the coaching staff's instructions to stay ready. St. John's are going to commit a couple numbers forward here. Floated in towards Nota. He punches the first one off the head of Rosen, and now Borg trying to go the other way. Way off there from Argeri. Lai tries to get the first tackle in, and then won by Bustamante. What a big moment there for the Corona Queens native. And now Duarte going back the other way. Duarte, clean footwork from him. Well, floated from Simonson. One will go over the head of Forrester and out. Bustamante, an active first half. Up and down the wing, a bulk of the attack coming down his left side. And a couple set pieces taken as well. Got involved in a couple tackles. A quieter second half for him. It stepped up in the big moment when needed there. Andrea Borg on the loose, going back the other way. Borg tries to lay it off for Argeri. And a lot of hopeful touches, hopeful balls from the Pirates. Will not find a way to consistently cut open that St. John's back line, and outside of the Hoyas, no one has here in 2019. The Hoyas, though, ability in possession and a danger man up top and a Chara that no other team has the luxury of rolling out there. How much would St. John's love a rematch in the Big East tournament finals against that Georgetown side. They were down 2-0 before they could blink on Wednesday night. You can be sure Coach Mazur will have a few different ideas in a rematch. Jared Jalot and Josiah Crawford up off the bench. Two starters who have yet to see minutes here in the second half. Forrester and Rosen have held their spots here, and for Coach Mazur, his bench has shortened quickly here as we've gotten down to money time on the season. Jerry somehow holds off Chandler there. He's got Borg making a run on the far post. And his cross blocked there by looked like Hansen, and Hansen's now down. And frustration as Luka Gavron given a yellow card. Hansen coming over from his right center back spot to make the play. You can see that cross hit him, or that shot hit him on the front of the foot and maybe twisted his knee a little bit. Hansen, though, making the big play his team needed. The West Windsor, New Jersey native. This is his 7th start of the year. Just made 4 appearances last year for the Red Storm. Not a whole lot of time left in the season. They host DePaul next weekend before heading to Providence midweek to close out their Big East schedule. Providence, the team chasing them in the standings. So no matter what, St. John's will control their destiny to at least clinch second place if they can hold on to this result on the last week. 4 substitutions coming on as three for Seton Hall as Elias Tiebling and McKenzie come on. Rosen and Forrester come off. It looks like now 1 sub will come off for St. John's. I believe St. John's has one too many players on the field. They are trying to fill in for Hansen because he can't come back on until after the stoppage with the injury, but they brought 2 subs on. So only 1 player can stay between Hansen and Forrester. As our officials try and handle this one. Counting soccer players on the fly in men's league as teams have free substitutions has become an expertise of mine. Willing to help out if the referees need it. And now St. John's trying to deal with this one. And it looks like Ron Alkobi, the Israeli freshman center back, will be the substitute coming on. So Hansen will remain off. I believe now he will sub on for Akoli. For Seton Hall, they've got 3 games left as they've got non-conference tilt against Army on Tuesday. They head to Marquette next week, and then they host Villanova, last place team in the conference, on the final game of the season. Can they get themselves within 3 points of the Big East tournament by then? This ball played in, and that'll help them do it. A huge goal against the run of play for the Pirates, and they are level at home as Eden O'Leary puts that one in, and CJ Tiebling pumping up the crowd as his side have some life. Eden O'Leary, his 2nd goal of his college soccer career in his freshman year at a Tel Aviv The Israeli pulls his side level. And as we've said all game, when these two teams face off, it's never simple and it never makes sense. O'Leary's second goal of the year off the set piece. Both sides now have scored off a set piece. And we are locked in at 1-1. Just under 15 minutes left to play. Tiebling, McKenzie, and Elias are back out there. Seton Hall was looking for the goal. And Hansen subbed back on the field for St. John's now. So it is Ron Alcobi coming back off after the confusion going into that corner kick. Can't imagine it helped St. John's prepare for that one, but a team with their quality and experience in defense shouldn't be thrown off too easily. And we've got a yellow card being shown here. It looks like it'll be to Skage Simonsen. Could have been something said maybe behind the play, as it didn't look like there was any real egregious play. So the 5th yellow card of the game. Very little surprise, because when these two teams match up, it's never too straightforward. So it'll go down as an assist for Vittorio Geri, the Italian senior, with his first assist in his Division I career. What a game we have here between these two sides. Seton Hall, it's been tough sledding for them. One thing, they haven't quit on their side, and Andreas Lindberg and Jeff Mateo have been happy with the growth in culture on their team. It's never easy. Oluwaseyi flying forward, tackle put in, and a corner kick called for. It was the goal scorer, O'Leary, off his feet in his own box. There's always a moment where everyone holds their breath when you see that. Wondering if a penalty kick will be called. As the goal scorer, Tanny, did all the work himself, turning Fredrickson. And O'Leary getting enough of the ball there. Eber Batista, our head official, coming over to the St. John's bench. And he will be talking to someone on the St. John's bench. So it looks like Rosen off as a substitute, receiving a yellow card there. And a red card shown. A red card shown to one of the substitutes here for St. John's. Looks like it's one of the players out with a red shirt on the bench. So a yellow card and a red card shown to separate players. As we work through this one here at O&T Carroll Field. Emotions running high here. The final few weeks of the season as Eber Estrada, there, head official, showing a yellow card and a red card to that St. John's bench. The 4th official, Nate Penn, the one over by the sideline, so he would be the one radioing it over to Estrada. So it wasn't a red shirt player, it was Nico Petridis who was shown the red card, who is injured and not dressed for this game. Back to play. The ball finally played in. Because we've still got 12 minutes of soccer to play at least. Although if it holds, we are headed to overtime. O'Leary clips this one up the line. Nota tries to clear it away, headed off the crossbar, and finally out by Seton Hall. Who else but Tani Oluwaseyi has been a threat a couple times since his goal, and he almost makes Seton Hall pay once again. And now Soldberg is down behind the play. We've got injuries, we've got red cards, we've got drama, we've got goals here. Never simple when these two teams face off. So it looks like Alseth has been shown a yellow card behind the play as well. So Nico Petridis, the senior transfer from UConn, who has 4 goals and 4 assists this year, but with an injury not available here today, sent off for this one as you take a look at our upcoming BEDN schedule. The women's soccer slate continues on tomorrow across the conference at 1 p.m., and you can tune into BEDN for those games. And of course, men's soccer, field hockey closing out their seasons, volleyball as well, with BEDN women's basketball coverage just around the corner. Tiebling brings this one down. He hasn't had an opening yet today. A sophomore out of Sweden. Stramonti puts that one off Julo and out for the throw-in. Seton Hall have been waiting for Tiebling, but he's got the ability to be quiet for 89 minutes and win with 1. He gets called for the foul, and he needs to understand the moment here as Eber Estrada has already sent a substitute off. He has shown 6 yellow cards between these two teams. It's not exactly the time to be talking to an official. Simonson wide here for Crawford. Crawford cuts back in field. Eli's shot bangs off of boot. Gelot guides that one out for a corner kick. We are under 10 minutes to play in regulation. Corner kick coming here for St. John's. It'll be Brandon Knapp to put it in with the right-footed in-swinging service. Chandler and Hansen forward for this one. It goes through the box. Chandler runs it down at the far post. Center back into the feet of Crawford. Crawford gets the cross away. Headed up in the air at the near post. Pazetsky heads it wide. Can Seton Hall counter the other way? Algeri loses possession. Big tackle there by Julot. A huge moment by the freshman in the open field to keep the Seton Hall counterattack at bay. We already saw 1 overtime game today in the Big East. It was an 86th minute equalizer from Creighton. An overtime winner by Providence. And we headed to our second OT game of the day. Algeri. That one forward. Boot brings it down there for Soldberg. Algeri, the best move of the game here for Seton Hall. McKenzie drops it back. Elias' shot, and it goes just wide. A little confidence here for the Pirates.
It's golden goal, right? When it goes
against the other team? 2 periods of 10 minutes? 2 periods. Okay. Are we headed to golden goal overtime here? Or is there a hero in the ranks for one of these two sides? Lai goes down. And another yellow card shown here, this time to Luve Fredriksson. The yellow cards starting to rack up on these two sides. 5 so far shown to Seton Hall, 3 to St. John's, as well as the red card to the injured substitute. Duarte standing over this one. He's looking for Chandler, making the run from the far post. Chandler under this one. And the offside flag goes up before anyone can make a play. The Seton Hall dodges another bullet. St. John's, the early goal in the second half from Tani Oluwaseyi. Their leading goal scorer, his 9th of the season, about 5 minutes into this second half. St. John's started to get some control after that point. Simonson running the midfield. Oluwaseyi, another huge opportunity off the cross from Rosen on the far post. That was inches away from making it 2-0. And then Seton Hall, the goal off the corner kick for the freshman O'Leary. That has us tied at 1-1, heading into the final 5 minutes of regulation. Remember, of course, the clock counting down, so when it hits 0, the buzzer will go. No stoppage time in college soccer, but we will go to overtime. 2 10-minute periods that could be ended at any moment with a golden goal. St. John's have lost in double OT already this year to the University of Maryland. They went down and played the reigning champions in their building. Overtime win for them this year was at NC State, a 1-0 win in double overtime earlier in non-conference play. Seton Hall, they have not played an overtime game this year. Well, they were hoping to avoid one here today. But now, the way this game's played out, they'll take it. David Goss and Ashley Lyotis here. The newly renovated O&T Carroll Field on the campus of Seton Hall University in northern New Jersey. For this match as we head towards the close of Big East play. St. John's was trying to do something neither of these schools have ever done, win 5 matches in a row against their tri-state area opponents. They still can do so, but they'll need another goal if they're going to do it. Hansen, who went down with that injury, comes off, being looked at by the trainer now in front of the bench. On in his place is Attila Asharfi, who's been a consistent sub for Coach Mazur, normally earlier in the game as an attacking option in midfield. So Asharfi now, it looks like, will step into central midfield. See how St. John's chooses to play this one. So Algeri showing a yellow card here in midfield. The Italian with the assist on the lone goal. He's now down dealing with an injury off the back of that foul that he committed. For St. John's, if this goes to overtime, ends in a tie, they would still clinch a Big East tournament place. But would only leave them 4 points in front of Providence. Trying to make the DePaul game at home in the next game really a must-win for St. John's. You don't want to go into the final game at Providence in their brand new building within 3 points giving Providence an opportunity to beat you at home, take that first round bye, the ability to host that semifinal. It would end up being a rematch. This free kick floated in. Elias, not thinking about that one too much, just blasts it long to clear his lines, and Bustamante will try and restart things quickly. With Chandler off the field, it looks like, or excuse me, with Hansen off the field, it looks like the Swiss Army knife and Brandon Knapp will slide in at center back alongside Chandler. For Coach Mazer, he does have Alcoby on the bench who he can bring off. Alcoby started 2 games ago against Villanova in Big East play at the right center back spot, although that time in a 3-man back line. Coach Mazer has swapped between that 3-5-2 and the 4-4-2 we saw today. Duarte will walk this one forward as Estrada holds time here. 4:08 left to play. Duarte turns it over on the throw-in. Boot can't get to that one. Can Lai restart the attack? Neither team here with any answers in the attack. Oluwaseyi trying to run on the end of that one. We haven't seen that move a lot. Oluwaseyi making the inside-out run into the channel for a through ball. Most of this second half's been playing the ball into the feet of Simonson just underneath Oluwaseyi and allowing him to try and turn and work. Pisetsky knocks that one away. Who else but Tanny picks it up and then can't find a teammate with the pass, and McLeod here, who's back in off the bench. Blast that one long. Hectic second half. 2 goals. A red card shown to an ineligible player. 8 yellow cards between the 2 teams. Do we have a late walk-off winner? That shot blocked by O'Leary. Crawford still in possession for St. John's. The cross put in for the Johnnies and headed away. Lai rising up in the middle of the 6. As good a look as St. John's could hope for. And Lai there just couldn't get over that one. And his header goes just over the crossbar. Einar Lai there off the cross from Crawford. It had the pace, it had the power. Just did not have the direction as Nota blasts the goal kick long now. McKenzie wins the first header. Tiebling surrounded by red shirts. He somehow gets out of it. Lines up the shot off the crossbar. That is what that young man is capable of. He breaks out of 4 defenders. And look at how he lines this shot up. He hits it with the laces. It's got power, it dips. And to beat the 6'6" Luka Gavron, you got to bring something special. And Tiebling inches away. We've seen both teams hit the crossbar here in the second half. The 2-star attacking men on either side in Oluwaseyi and Tiebling. Throw in here for St. John's. Excuse me, it'll be to Seton Hall now. Jose Estrada changes the call. Tiebling trying to lay it off for McKenzie. Not enough on that pass, and Crawford now back in possession. We enter the final minute of regulation here. A 1-1 tie right now. We're headed to sudden death overtime here at O&T Carroll Field unless we get a miracle from one of these two teams. Tiebling 1v1 with Chandler. Chandler puts it out. There'll be a throw in here for the Pirates. DJ Tiebling growing in confidence. He's been motioning to the crowd to get them loud a couple times here. And that shot off the crossbar just moments ago. The throw in. Tiebling wins the header. It's knocked down. It'll go out for a corner kick. Seton Hall's got 20 seconds left to take this one. John McClaw to take it. Everyone forward for Seton Hall. Everyone back for St. John's. The final 5 seconds of regulation for the win. Gavron with the touch, and Oluwaseyi blasts it long, and we are headed to overtime. The Pirates and the Red Storm separated by a mere 25 miles in distance, and nothing can separate them on the field so far here tonight. We're going to head to a break. We'll be right back with Sudden Death Overtime on the Big East Digital Network.
It's time to fuel your ambitions by taking charge of your student debt. At SoFi, we've helped over 250,000 people refinance their student loans, saving thousands of dollars. Now you can pay off your student loans faster and reach your goals sooner. See how much you can save in just 2 minutes at SoFi.com/save.
What can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
What is a Villanovan in 30 seconds? Well, Villanovans aim high. Top 50 National University high. We think fast and stay connected. V's up. Villanovans think deeply, push boundaries, and go, go, go! Still with me? We climb corporate ladders and these ladders. This campus is our home, but you can find us almost anywhere. Villanovans have big hearts and solve even bigger problems, and we celebrate together. Ignite change, go Nova.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
Hallelujah. And this is just one night. You should see what we do during the day. Marquette University. Be the difference.
We are headed to sudden death overtime here at O&T Carroll Field between the St. John's Red Storm and the Seton Hall Pirates. David Goss here on the call on the Big East Digital Network. We're looking forward to overtime, and no one will be more important than our two goalkeepers. For more on that, let's go down to our sideline reporter, Ashley Lyotis. Ashley, down to you.
Hey, David. Yeah, what a game it is from the field level, and especially up in the stands. This one, a crowd pleaser, even a little bit of rain. Everyone's sticking around. But I want to touch on this real quick. In this overtime, I'm curious to see what happens here because, of course, St. John's rolling with this two-goalie system. It's really the first time that Coach Mazur said, that he was going to do this in years past. Someone always battled it out and someone always won. But this year, going with the two-man goalie. So we started off with Jan there in the first, and then coming in the second, of course, was Luka Gavron. You got to wonder, is that going to be a regrettable decision. You sure hope not for them, but you never know. I mean, he was the only one on this St. John's team who was able to let a goal slip in, so you got to wonder if coach is having any second thoughts about that two-goalie system. It's worked for them thus far, but maybe it won't work tonight. We shall see how this one ends up here in overtime. It's going to be an interesting one here, guys.
Thanks so much, Ashley. Luca Gavron has been the second half goalkeeper for all but one of the games this season. As we take a look at the goals, as Ashley mentioned, it was Tani Oluwaseyi to open this second half, his 9th goal of the season. He is the only one to score an overtime winner on the field here today between these two teams. On the flip side for Seton Hall, question marks of where a goal would come for them, and it was that man, Eden O'Leary, at the near post on the corner kick to beat Gavron and tie this one up. CJ Tiebling hitting the crossbar, Oluwaseyi hitting the crossbar as well in that second half. And so we are headed to overtime. 10 minutes on the clock. We will play 2 10-minute halves. Short break for these two teams to swap sides in between. Unless we get a goal, any goal will end this game. For Seton Hall, they've yet to play an overtime game here in 2019. St. John's have played 2. A double OT winner at NC State. A goal there scored by Tani Oluwaseyi. And a double overtime loss in the dying moments against the reigning champions, Maryland Terrapins, on the road in that one. So no ties so far for either team. It wouldn't be heartbreaking for St. John's coming into the day to say you pick up a point, you clinch a Big East tournament spot, and you keep yourself in the driver's seat for second place in the Big East. But after taking the lead and hitting the crossbar, Oluwaseyi also going inches away another time in the second half from making it 2-0. You'd have to think this is a St. John's side that believes that they deserve 3 points. For Seton Hall, it doesn't matter. Deserve, want. They need 3 points here to keep their hopes for going to the Big East tournament intact, to give themselves some control over their destiny. They've already beat Creighton here once this season. Can they do the same to the Johnnies? Kozetsky with the clearance. McKenzie, a bright spot in the first half. Dwindling impact in the second half. But in his place, CJ Tiebling has turned it on. As Oluwaseyi open on the far post, Noto with the header. Oluwaseyi, what composure to guide that one back on goal. It was destined to sneak under the crossbar. And Andreas Nota, he hasn't had the most active night. Nothing he could do about the lone goal that was scored. But he makes the huge save there with the big paw to put it over the crossbar. Corner kick coming now. Nap to take. And Nota comes out and commands his box there. Coming up a little lame on that right knee. The last thing you want to see for a goalkeeper is anything to impact their ability to push off from either leg. Nota there testing things out a little himself. The trainer's getting ready to come on the field. Andreas Nota, as I've mentioned already, has played all but 3 minutes here of the 2019 season. The Italian played 1,333 minutes last year, starting all 14 games. 57 saves, leading him to being on the Big East honor roll twice after transferring over from NAIA school Campbellsville University, where he started 21 games to go all the way to a national semifinal, being named a third-team All-American for Nota. Not the natural size that you expect from a goalkeeper, just 5'11". But he has been so talented this year, and for more on that, let's go down to our sideline reporter in Ashley.
Hey guys, or hey David, yeah, if Noda, looks like he's going to stay in here, but a quick little bit on him. We were worried if he was going to go out, it was going to be a big loss there for Seton Hall. Right now he ranks, coming into tonight, he ranked third in the Big East with 59 saves, so that would have been a pretty big loss for him. Looks like he's going to tough this one out. Now I did talk to Coach Lindbergh earlier today, and he said, you know, he's definitely up there in the Big East as far as goalkeepers go with 59 saves. Crucial part of the team. You know, he actually had to laugh. He said it's not great that he has 59 saves, but a big loss for them. But looks like he is going to stay in here tonight. David.
So much, Ashley. We will keep that situation monitored. You never want to see an injury, especially to the lower body of a goalkeeper, change anything about their ability to explode. But for Seton Hall, as Ashley said, Nota has all the experience in goal. He's got maybe too much for Lindbergh's liking. He has been fantastic once again here today. Bustamante on that run, trying to clip it up the middle of the field. Battles for the ball back. Elias wins it off him. New Jersey native versus New York native, presenting their two schools here. Crawford up the line for Simonson. Simonson looking to get that ball back into his feet a little from his teammates. You'd have to think to try and get control over this game like he had early on. Tiebling somehow wins possession. Surrounded by red shirts, trying to cut it back. Gets it into the feet of Boot. Boot goes wide here for McLeod. McLeod, good service from him. This one to the far post. And Gavron comes out and cleans it up. Seton Hall crowd trying to inspire their home side over their regional rivals. A great traveling crowd for the Johnnies in this one. Is there a match winner left between these two teams? We haven't seen St. John's play maybe how we expected, to control midfield, to play high up the field, aggressive counter pressing. But they've shown their discipline and quality across the back line to make it hard for Seton Hall to create chances. Now going forward, Duarte's cross blocked. And Nota, his first touch since going down with that knee complaint. Was his right leg. Seems to have no effect on his distribution. Tiebling wins that header over. And Knapp gets it back. So Brandon Knapp started this game on the wing. Pushed centrally midway through the first half, as Coach Mazur shifted into a 4-5-1 formation, playing behind his two Norwegian teammates. And now, with the injury to Luke Hansen, slotting in at right center back. Brandon Knapp showing all of his ability in this game. For the sophomore, already given the captain's armband by Coach Mazur. A bright present and a bright future for this St. John's program. Simonson sprays that one wide. Oluwaseyi and Duarte collide, trying to get it back. Now Bustamante up the line here for Jalou. His left-footed cross comes in. Fredrickson heads it away. McLeod now with the big switch to Elias. Knapp intercepts it, but he's left his back line a little exposed. Ashafri can't close him down. Now the switch to Tiebling. Tiebling's long cross, and it'll be too much for Elias. Knapp trying to jump that ball to avoid the danger before it starts. He caused more for his side, but Tiebling did not have the final product there for his team. Andrea Borg up off the bench, ready to come on, as well as Vittorio Ageri, who's got the lone assist in this one for the Pirates. As we've got just over 3 minutes left to play in their first of these two 10-minute overtime periods. Unless we are halted by a golden goal from either of these sides. Lai looking for the feet of Duarte on the run. It was a great idea. Just a little too much for Duarte to pull off. Boot. His clearance blocked, but he gets it up to McKenzie, who pushes it up the line for Tiebling. Chandler over to defend. Tiebling looking for the big switch to McLeod, who's got to come back to get that ball. McLeod looks to put this one over the top. McKenzie into the hands of Gavron. What a look. McLeod floats that ball behind the Red Storm backline. Gavron 6'6", but didn't have to go anywhere. And now Oluwaseyi back the other way. Out wide for Duarte. His service comes in, knocked down by Fredrickson. Carlton McKenzie, 4 goals on the year. He's already got 2 match winners for the Pirates. Close to a third one there. Fantastic work. Excuse me, a foul here. Called against Attila Asharfi. I think that's the wrong call. Asharfi, it looked like, one position against Elias Fairley, and Elias pulled him down in response. And that one could have implications as the Pirates push numbers forward. Boot takes it quickly. Down the line for Tiebling. Tiebling almost losing it to Asharfi. He tries to switch the field. Dangerous turnover. Julot now into the path of Oluwaseyi. And Fredrickson got enough of his body to push the Canadian phenom off the run and allow Nota to easily take that one. Crawford forced the close down Nota. Now Nota hits it long. Final minute of the first period of extra time. McLeod, another ball here for McKenzie. The flag stayed down. And then it finally went up. As we are stopped for an injury. Carlton McKenzie finding some gaps here in this extra time period. What a game we've had. We knew these two teams would fight and battle it out. They've done it every time they've matched up. Last time they faced off here at O&T Carroll Field, 13 yellow cards shown between the two sides so far today. 8 yellow cards and a red card to a player who was not even dressed for the game. That shows you the emotion that runs when these two teams face off. That shows you what's at stake in Big East play. Already, we've seen Luke Hansen, the starting right center back, come off with an injury. Matt Chandler being walked off here by the trainer. St. John's could be down both their starting center backs here. It'll be Ron Alcobi to come on in Chandler's place. So Alcobi comes in with that stoppage. Tiebling came off for Ageri. Alcobi had started 11 games coming into the week. Didn't get the start against Georgetown. Coming off the bench here once again. His only 30 seconds of play. We're coming on for Hansen for the set piece that led to the lone Seton Hall goal. Lai now. Up the line for Julot. Julot able to save it to the far post. Flicked away. Solberg had the touch and then blocks the cross. And now McKenzie motoring the other way. Duarte in pursuit, and McKenzie can't find a teammate. Alcoby off the bench, and he'll see out the final seconds of this first overtime period. 90 minutes could not separate these two sides. An extra 10 could not either. And we are headed to another 10 minutes of overtime. The Seton Hall Pirates trying to get their first result in overtime of the year. Trying to put themselves back into the driver's seat for a place in the Big East tournament. For St. John's, they controlled much of the second half, but with the injuries to Hansen and now Chandler, they've looked rattled across the back line. We saw McKenzie somehow sneak behind them for that headed opportunity that he put right onto the hands of Gavron. And with a substitution at center back as well as a converted midfielder, you have to think those direct balls, either from the wing or straight up the middle for Seton Hall, are going to continue here in this overtime period. Alcoby, as I said, not inexperienced in his freshman year. Played professionally in the second division in Israel for Maccabi Herzliya. Ranked a top 60 freshman on the Top Drawer Soccer rankings midway through this year. And this game has been tense. It's been electric, and we know it will be when it's a rivalry. For more on the matchup between these two sides, let's go down to Ashley on the sideline.
Hey, David, we knew this was going to be a chippy matchup, as you were talking about there. Lots of emotions running high in this one. I want to circle back around to what I talked about a little bit ahead of this matchup. No team in this 40-year history has ever won 5 games straight. No team has ever won 5 straight. I talked to Coach Lindbergh about this. He said, stats really don't matter. He'd like to keep that stat going, but he really doesn't care about it. Now, as far as this one goes, we will see how it ends up. But again, it could get interesting here with that stat in the back of everyone's mind that no team has ever taken 5 straight in this series. David?
Thanks so much, Ashley. For St. John's, as you said, so much on the line with the win to make that history. To clinch a spot in the Big East tournament, to control their destiny for second place in the Big East, that first round bye. The chance to host a semifinal. On the flip side for Seton Hall, there's no points that they can waste anymore in this season. So to start the second half, it looks like Matt Chandler will come back on the field for St. John's. Attila Asharfi comes off. Rana Colby will stay on. Interesting here, Colby will be the one to step in to the defensive midfield spot instead of Brandon Knapp, who started this game in midfield. Knapp remaining in as center back. Coach Mazer trusting his captain along the back line to hold things down and keep it steady. Any mistake could mean a loss in this golden goal setup. 10 more minutes for sure. Do we get a goal to stop us before then? Or do both these teams tie their first game of the year? St. John's, a school that just a few years ago tied 9 games to set the NCAA record for a season. A bone-crunching collision between Elias and Alcoby. I don't know how you could say it's more egregious on either side, but Colby is shown a yellow card, our 9th of the game. And Elias still down behind the play. The captain for Seton Hall. It'll be his only year on the South Orange campus after transferring over from NC State, the Rye, New York native. He's had a strong career with NC State. 17 appearances in his freshman year. Last year in 2018, though, just 3 appearances. As George Kiefer took over that program, started to change players. Went over to Israel in 2017, won a gold medal with the American Maccabi team. Was looking to come back home to the tri-state area, was looking to make one more impact in his college soccer career. And he's got 4 goals here while wearing the captain's armband for Seton Hall. They thought he'd come in and play right back. CJ Tiebling got hurt. He started the year at center forward. Now he's playing in midfield and on the wing. Boot serves it. Chandler heads it straight up in the box. Knocked away by Knapp. Boot, a second opportunity at this one. Puts it wide. McKenzie tries. But a dangerous ball in the box. Easily taken by Gavron. So JP Marin coming on here for Elias, who's now gone back over to the bench to take a seat. Not a lot of minutes in this one for Marin. Struggling for a little confidence, the attacking player who's got so much ability. Tremonti with the ball over the top. Chandler once again using his head. Borgen on goal here. His shot blocked by Duarte and taken by Gavron. Duarte, he's had his head on. He's been locked in for every moment in this game. He's made the necessary plays, the scrappy plays at times to keep St. John's alive. And Coach Mazer not happy there with the service from Gavron on the goal kick. Hit that one so far straight down the middle that Oluwaseyi had nothing to do but flick it on towards Nota's goal. Makes it just too easy for Seton Hall to win back possession. Surprise for Seton Hall that CJ Tiebling not out there on the field. You have to think really struggling with his energy for them to take him off the field after the threat he's shown over the course of the second half, rattling the crossbar with that incredible shot in the dying minutes of the second half, and the threat he showed in the first half as well. Header away there in the box by Boot. The English freshman will play almost every minute of this game. He's had another solid performance. He solidifies a spot in central midfield for Coach Lindbergh. Duarte serves this one into the far post. Julo and Tremonti both rising up, neither getting the touch. And that one just put into the night sky by McKenzie. And Algeri there shows you why he's on the field. Giving up about a foot to Chandler. Gets his body into the center back. Now, Simonson back in possession. We haven't said his name a whole lot. Rosen. And he can't get his first touch right. Simonson. He was the dominant force in this game throughout most of the 90 minutes. He's been quiet here in extra time. Long throw coming for the Johnnies. Einar Lai at the near post. It goes over his head. Knocked down. McKenzie clears. Bustamante collided by McKenzie, who's sitting on a yellow card. Just under 6 minutes left to play here. We saw McKenzie avoid one situation, and it looks like he'll get away with a second one here. Carlton McKenzie went flying through Bustamante at full speed. And Seton Hall may be fortunate to still be even. We've seen one red card shown. But that one to an unavailable player, Nico Petridis. So still at full 11s. Alcolby and Duarte over this one. Shooting distance for sure, as Seton Hall has 4 in the wall. Duarte's left foot, the Israeli freshman's right foot. Estrada whistles play on. Alcolby to shoot, hits it off the wall. Julot with the second shot, it's knocked away. Borg trying to counter, and a foul will go against St. John's in the end. Is there one more twist in this one? Both these teams will feel hard done by a tie, which probably means it's fair. Both teams have had moments where they could win it. If Seton Hall do tie in this one, they will jump to Paul and move into a tie with Butler in the standings for 7th place, just 2 points behind the 3 teams tied for 4th to 6th. One of them, Marquette. Seton Hall will play on the road next week, which becomes truly a must-win game for the Pirates, who finish with Villanova. For St. John's, they'd move 4 points clear of Providence with 2 games to play, which means any result against DePaul in their next game would clinch 2nd place. St. John's would qualify for the Big East tournament with a tie here. Header by Chandler, back across the box. Simonson able to get it back. Bustamante looking to put the service in once again. Flicked on at the near post, but into the hands of Nota. What a game we've had between these two teams. Tenacity, end-to-end soccer. Some incredible opportunities. A couple big saves, none bigger than Nota's in the first period of extra time, and the Stars have shown up. Oluwaseyi has been phenomenal when he's gotten chances. Simonson as well. Tiebling, who's about to check in for the final 3 minutes of this game, has risen late to the occasion. Algeri comes out. It'll be Julot to come off for Matt Forrester. Forrester comes on, it looks like in midfield, so it'll be a 4-5-1 to close things out for St. John's. For them, a tie is fine. While they'd love the winner, it's not worth taking risks and losing this one. Tiebling here, 1v1 with Knapp. The converted center back, he's got help. And he's able to make the tackle and keep it in play. And Duarte with the clearance. What a play from Knapp. And Soldberg, who's had a solid performance to solidify the left back spot for the Pirates. Marin able to win that one over Alcolby. Marin with the ball looking for the run, I think, of Tiebling. No one able to find the end of that one, as Borg will come off now for Seton Hall as McLeod comes back on. Andrea Borg, such a bright start to his Seton Hall career, hitting a little bit of a freshman wall over the last few games. Tiebling in a foot race. Well read there by Gavron. He knows the threat on the field. The understanding there from the goalkeeper of the opposition personnel, as well as your own personnel in Knapp. Well done there from Gavron. And then he immediately gives possession back to the home side. Now Colby off to Chandler as we enter the final minute of double overtime. Is there a winner in this one? Forrester to cross. Nota comes out, can't get a strong hand to it. Simonson tries to get along the end line, and it's cleared by Fredrickson. A long throw coming here for the Pirates. It'll be the freshman Al Colby to throw it in. Chandler comes forward. Simonson already in the box. Al Colby throws it in. McKenzie heads it away. Teebling can't bring it down. Rosen to the feet of Duarte. Is there one more chance in this one? The goal scorer, Oluwaseyi, all the way back to Bustamante, who clips it forward. Fredrickson heads it away. Pazetsky trying to clear. He does just enough, and that'll be it in this one. Seton Hall and St. John's, their first draws of the year. The Johnnies clinch a spot in the 2019 Big East postseason tournament as they hold on to second place with 2 games left to play in the season. Seton Hall jumps 1 spot in the standings into a tie with Butler. We'll be back in just a moment with some thoughts from our coaches here on the Big East Digital Network.
We aren't just dreamers. We're doers.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Good things happen when you unleash a Butler Bulldog.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
At St. John's University, our students believe, serve, explore, and achieve. A Catholic, Vincentian, metropolitan, and global university, we are at the heart of where lives are enriched. We provide a transformative education that goes far beyond the classroom. We aspire to do more. And for nearly 150 years, the St. John's story has been the story of New York City. We are New York's team. We are St. John's.
It's time to fuel your ambitions by taking charge of your student debt. At SoFi, we've helped over 250,000 people refinance their student loans, saving thousands of dollars. Now you can pay off your student loans faster and reach your goals sooner. See how much you can save in just 2 minutes at SoFi.com/save.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
O&T Carroll, the field, the site of another big match between St. John's and Seton Hall. A 1-1 draw through double overtime. We've hit the crossbar a few times, a couple huge saves from either side, but nothing to separate these two teams. A big result for both teams, but maybe a bigger one for Seton Hall. And with Andreas Lindberg, their head coach, is our sideline reporter, Ashley Liotis. Ashley, down to you.
David, a big result indeed for both of these teams. First of all, Coach, congratulations on avoiding that loss. How were you guys able to avoid that loss tonight and get it done?
I'm happy and proud of the boys that kept fighting for the whole game. I thought we started very well the second half, the first 5 minutes, and then they score where we're not really organized on a set piece. First time they're over in our end, so that was unfortunate. But I'm happy the boys kept fighting, get an equalizer on the corner. I thought it was a decent game.
Coach, what did you learn about this team's mental toughness here tonight?
I mean, I'm not overly surprised. I think we showed against Creighton that we can play against great teams and get results. The problem that we're having is that we're very inconsistent. There's times that we go up and compete against one of the best teams in the country like today, and there's other times where, we make schoolboy errors all over the place. So I think we still have a lot of growing to do, but this was a step in the right direction.
Definitely, and I know we talked earlier in the day about that stat that we talked about. 5 games, no one's ever won it in this series before, 5 games straight. You're able to keep that at bay. You said it wasn't really important to you, but you'd like to keep that stat going. You did keep that stat going.
I did, yeah.
So what does that mean for this team in the future?
Well, I didn't know about it, but you pointed it out. So once I knew about it, then obviously we wanted to keep that intact. Like I said, I think the boys deserved the point today. We worked hard against an extremely talented St. John's team, and I'm happy we're here.
Coach, thanks. We appreciate it. David, let's send it back to you.
To Ashley, both teams feel like they should have won this game, so as Andreas Lindberg said, they probably deserved a point. For Tani Oluwaseyi, his 9th goal of the year, enough to clinch a tie and a spot in the 2019 Big East tournament. Seton Hall moves to a tie in 7th place, still control their own destiny as they look to fight for a place in the Big East tournament as well. For myself, David Goss, and my sideline reporter, Ashley Liotis, thank you so much for watching a fun one here. It's always tight. It's always intense. That's all for us here at O&T Carroll Field.